Yes, sorry about that. I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're good. All right, if we can ask everyone, please take your seats.
Be attentive to your promptings as we explore this very important matter and subject, wisdom ancient and new. And by doing so, we are putting into practice one of the first wishes of Pope Leo. As you all remember, he has expressed himself from the beginning on the urgency of discerning the challenges of artificial intelligence. And Lord, we want to follow his desire by exploring with wisdom, with knowledge, this very important subject. And you feed us with your word. And this morning in the Office of Readings, we got a very nice quotation from the book of Zechariah, when the Lord says, "Not by an army, nor by might, but by my Spirit, says the Lord of hosts." And this may be our slogan today, the word that shines in our hearts after having attended the Holy Mass. So, Heavenly Father, we are in your hands. We ask for the gift of wisdom and knowledge as we invoke your divine wisdom. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, never shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Your Eminence. It really is a gift to have you with us over these days. A few housekeeping items up front. If you hadn't had a chance to go to Mass, there are 2 more opportunities at 1 o'clock, as well as at 5 o'clock. We also have adoration. There's a sign-up outside of the Mass chapel. As we finished Mass this morning, we ring the bells as we go to repose our Lord into the adoration chapel. And as the bells were ringing, I was thinking, Jesus is calling. So please answer the call if you feel that you have a few moments to spend with him. Also, if you had been signed up for the dinner tonight and you can't make it, please do let us know at the registration desk. It's really important. We try to get the numbers as precise as possible. We'll probably announce that a couple more times, but if you could do just that courtesy, it would be great. And finally, we tried to have AI help us with the program, so there's a misprint. lunch is not as late as it is indicated. It's also not in the room or in the floor that it says. So lunch begins at 1 o'clock as well, and it's on the third floor. Still the president's conference room, I believe, or ballroom, but third floor, 1 o'clock. We're not going to make you starve or wait for food quite that long. So just a few announcements there as we get open here. So on the topic of AI, it's a very complex subject. Sorry, I'm a little out of order here. I apologize. My apologies. There are so many areas around this topic to get one's mind around. From the perspective of our faith and our exalted nature, however, we must never lose sight of a fairly straightforward truth. Our Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV, points us often to the need to keep the dignity of the human person at the center of all of our technological advancement. And with good reason. In Genesis chapter 1, we read, "Then God said, 'Let us make human beings in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, the tame animals, all the wild animals, and all the creatures that crawl on the earth.' God created mankind in his image. In the image of God he created them, male and female he created them." This is the source of our dignity, that God fashioned us out of pure love to reflect very particular elements of himself, to carry them forward into the world in unique ways. What are the characteristics of this image which dwells in us? St. John Paul II explained that it includes, quote, "the capacity of self-knowledge, the experience of man's own being in the world, the need to fill his solitude, his dependence on God," end of quote. He also wrote that man is created for immortality. He bears in himself the reflection of God's power, which is manifested especially in the faculty of intelligence and free will. Man is an autonomous subject. He is the source of his own actions, while maintaining the characteristics of dependence on God, the Creator, end of quote. Chapter 2 of Genesis gives us a second creation account, which describes Adam in the garden naming the animals, in search of a companion of equal dignity. When God creates Eve, Adam exclaims, "This one, at last, is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh." He sees in her that very same image. Take in fully this garden scene as we ponder the image of God. Here is the first human being standing in the wonder of creation, not yet weighed down by sin. We are told that God formed out of the ground all of the wild animals and all the birds of the air, and he brought them to the man to see what he would call them. Whatever the man called each living creature was then its name. We should be moved by the intimacy revealed in this moment. But we should also be struck by the dramatic nature of this gift of power given to us. These stewardship obligations of both people and the created order continue on for us, and we carry the image of God into the world to seek for it in one another and to be a conduit of God's love always. When considering artificial intelligence, then, our obligations to remain thoughtful stewards are clear, according to our created nature and place in God's plan. We must do what we are called to do in all circumstances. Test everything, holding fast to what is good and rejecting in charity what is evil. Through the discussions we will have today, we hope that we can begin to gain that critical perspective rooted in our faith when it comes to AI. That we may see more clearly those advances made possible by AI which stand in the service of man, his God-given image, and his role in the world, and welcome these tools as an aid to our stewardship. There are so many applications that will help us be more thoughtful and effective in our work, and allow us to make space for focusing on the higher things in life. But at the same time, we must look carefully at where aspects of artificial intelligence may dull or even suppress our uniquely human traits. Will we cede moral decision-making, thoughtful consideration of the dignity of the human person in myriad situations, or look in only passing ways at dehumanizing scenarios that ought to impel us to ask, why should we, more often than we do? Or will we insist that these tools, like all others, continue to serve those who wield them, working with our first principles to develop frameworks for thoughtful use for these extraordinary and powerful gifts? Now is the time for people of faith to put their minds to this project of sifting the good from the bad. If not those of us with lasting and rightly understood anthropology and a rich tradition, then who? We know that the pace of change is so rapid and the desire to adopt every new innovation so strong in our society that the hour is already late in one sense. But what a gift to the world if we can be at the forefront of thought and continuing conversation on this topic. To do what we have always done and uncover paths and frameworks of analysis that keep the image imprinted on our very being at the forefront of our decision making. That project is, in many ways, the most exciting challenge of this truly amazing moment. And so, to paraphrase St. Peter, it is good that we are here. Good to be able to hear from these very exceptional and experienced thought leaders as we begin to unpack the nuances of this new AI age. Now, I would like to ask our chairman and co-founder of the Napa Institute, Tim Bush, to provide some thoughts.
Welcome, everybody, and it's a great morning. Thank you all for participating yesterday in the procession. It's such a beautiful thing, and we have no idea how much impact that procession will have on many. 600,000 people so far viewed it. We'll probably be at 2 million within a few days. So it's not just the 5,000 to 10,000 people that are processing through the city of New York, but it's all those who are viewing it and being inspired by it and hopefully taking those processions to their own communities. We hope to, and we're working on trying to do one in Paris. So we have a bishop from outside of Paris, and we're really working to see if we can do that as well. Yesterday, I was trying to keep notes, and I got up to speak before the Mass, and it was live streamed, and I sat down in the pew, and I got a text from my daughter. He says, "Dad, I love you. I'm really proud of you, but lose the notes." So I got no notes. You stumbled. I didn't realize she was watching me. Anyway, we've got a great day here, and I don't know if many of you have used artificial intelligence. I use it every day. Many times a day. We have 500 users in our company that we pay for ChatGPT, and I'm the #1 user, and I'm the oldest guy in the group. I hear a lot of fear about what AI is going to do to the human mind and what AI is going to do to eliminating the purpose of people to work and eliminate jobs, and there will be unemployment vast throughout the world. That's never happened before with any type of innovation. Jobs have been created. New services have been innovated. We can't ever think linear. We have to think how life evolves. That's part of God's plan. That's part of our co-creation with Him. Now, obviously, we have to be concerned. There's fake news in AI. There's hallucination in AI. It's not perfect. It's getting better. But for me, when I do write talks or articles, you can do it in 5 or 10 minutes as opposed to 2 or 3 hours. And yes, you're going to have to curate it and create it, but it can search things and do wonderful things for you. So like the internet, like the iPhone, like all of these innovations that have come about, if we stay rooted in Christ and our faith and our spirituality, He will protect us, and we will move forward to create a better life. All of you who run businesses, you do what Mother Teresa doesn't have to do. You keep people employed, with jobs and dignity. They have salaries and families, health insurance and retirement plans, so they don't end up on the streets of Calcutta or the streets of New York City. The innovation over the last 50 years, 80% of the world has been raised out of abject poverty. Imagine that. Thousands of years, so much of the world's population was below the poverty level. And if you look at it today, whether it's in China, Africa, India, through business, through free enterprise, we've seen people co-create with God and create businesses that never existed before. Yes, there's still more to do, but handing people money isn't the answer. We need to hand them a job. And this is what AI is so great about. We can leverage human beings to do things that they wouldn't be able to do before. Think about the days of farming with horses versus tractors. I mean, would we go back? That's what AI is going to do for us. And there's so much opportunity here. But we're here today to make sure that we do it intentionally and rooted in our faith. And you're going to hear more later from Father Spitzer, our co-founder and vice chairman of the Napa Institute. He's developed his own artificial intelligence app that will be out shortly, that you'll be able to study all of his books, the Catholic Catechism, certain websites that have been curated by him, his articles. So just at a snap of the fingers, you can find out all of what he's spent his entire life creating, and then accompany it with church documents that we can curate in there. So it's a great way to know that this is an app that is protected. It's got borders to it, and it's only picking out information that is aligned with church teaching. So I hope today will be a great event for you. We have in your packet a lot of other things going on. Napa Institute started out as an annual conference and has turned into a global lifestyle organization. We have a sister organization, the French Riviera Institute, which is in Europe, that was inspired by, at my invitation, in Napa Institute. From there, I just was in Paris last week. Mexico is looking to start a Mayan Institute. A man from Croatia would like to start an institute. We can create a movement globally. They look to America for the moral compass. And so we will provide that compass to them. So thank you. And please, I hope you'll stay tonight to honor my dear friend, Frank Hanna, who we've worked together in the Harvest for over 20 years. And you'll learn more about him tonight. Now, my next job is to introduce the Dean of the Bush School of Business, located at the Catholic University of America. There, we study not just about business, but we try to form students in their faith. And they take equal number of classes in philosophy, theology. We have a chapel with 2 daily masses, adoration, rosary, all the things that we try to incorporate in the business world. When I went to business school, my father said, do not waste 1 minute going to take a philosophy class, or don't take any liberal arts. You got to get a job, son. So I took accounting, finance, became a lawyer, a CPA, and I never took one class in philosophy or theology or any other type of liberal arts. That's not a very balanced formation. Okay, I've had that formation now through Legatus and Napa Institute and listening to all of you fine speakers about those topics, including my dear friend, Father Spitzer. So Dr. Abella founded this school in 2013 within the Catholic University. Is now the largest school of the Catholic University, representing about 24% of all students in the undergrad program. And he just instituted an MBA program. So I'm going to let him talk more about that. But Andrew, if you'll come on up. I saw you got a bow tie. You look like you work. Thank you. He looks like he's teaching law at Harvard, not
Little known fact, Tim, my undergraduate degree was in computer science. So since we're talking about AI, I thought I'd dress the part, you know. So I realize I make the assumption that everybody knows about the Bush School, and many of you do, but some of you probably don't or don't know enough. So I want to help you out of that disability by just giving you a little bit more about what we're doing. As Tim mentioned, it was founded 12 years ago, and at the time, the worry we had was we wanted to be an authentically Catholic business school from the ground up. Pretty much every other business school, including those at Catholic colleges and universities, tended to be indistinguishable from secular business schools, and we didn't want to go that way. But we also didn't want to become or be perceived to be a sort of goody two-shoes business school, you know. It had to be a business school where people would go to learn how to be very successful in business in every sense of the word success. So morally vibrant, filled with integrity, and also phenomenally successful, right? Because if people are going to pay tuition to go to a business school, they want to make a good ROI on that investment. And I have to say, by the grace of God, we've been phenomenally successful in that. So we have very high placement rates for our graduates, making, in many cases, astonishingly high salaries. We have a sales program in particular whose graduates are making in the $200,000-300,000 range within about 3 years of graduation, which is fantastic. This is what we want for our students. You know, we want them to come to Catholic, to grow in their faith, meet their future spouse, get married, and then make enough money to raise a good large family and send them all to Catholic schools. And that seems to be working, you know. And as Tim mentioned, we just launched our MBA program. It was started this fall. In January, we'll be starting an online version. And I'm very proud to say that our MBA program is the only MBA program in the entire world that is simultaneously accredited by the highest level of business accreditation, which is the Association for the Advancement of Collegiate Schools of Business, AACSB, and approved by the Newman Guide for being a faithfully Catholic program. You will not find any other program in the world that can make that claim. So we're super proud of that. And so, thank you. So if you have kids, friends, or you yourself want to go back to school, just you know where to come now. I want to, I give the last welcome here before we see Father Spitzer. Just my own introduction to the topic with a little story that I think is appropriate. It's a story about a steamship sailing from Vancouver to Sydney, Australia, at the very end of the 19th century. And on Christmas Eve, 1899, the steamship Wamaroo is the name of it. It's an Australian ship. Is approaching the equator, crossing the Pacific, and the navigator notices something interesting and goes running to the captain, who makes a few small adjustments in course and speed, such that at the very moment where midnight is struck, December 31st, 1899. The ship crosses simultaneously the equator and the international date line. So what? Interesting. Well, what it meant was that for the briefest of moments, the stern of the ship was still in the 19th century, in the middle of winter in the northern hemisphere, while the bow of the ship was entering the 20th century in the South Pacific in the middle of summer. So kind of neat. But I think it's a good visual for what we are doing today. For the briefest of moments, we have come together to look at the most advanced thinking on a very kind of cutting-edge, bleeding-edge topic, bringing some really bright minds together, but to do that all grounded in the wisdom of the ages. And that is a rare thing, but an absolutely necessary thing, so that we make sure that as best we can, all of our efforts to use this new technology of AI is going to move forward and going to be coming kind of from the Eucharistic heart of Christ instead of from some kind of atheistic technological mindset that kind of diminishes the human person. So I think that's a really interesting visual for me to, and if you don't think it's interesting, then you're not as nerdy as I am. So welcome all on behalf of the Bush School and the Napa Institute. We're delighted to have you with us, and we think it's going to be a day filled with insight. Thank you.
All right, now I am honored, as always, to introduce our conference MC and our first speaker, Father Robert Spitzer. Father is president of the Magis Center of Faith and Reason and Faith, which does such great work showing the harmony between our faith and science. He was president of Gonzaga University from 1998 to 2009, where he increased the student body by 75%, oversaw the construction of 20 new facilities, and raised $200+ million for scholarships in buildings. He is the author of 19 books, including the award-winning New Proofs for the Existence of God and Science, Reason, and Faith, Discovering the Bible. He has also authored many scholarly articles on faith and science, metaphysics, and happiness and ethics. Father Spitzer has his own weekly EWTN television program, Father Spitzer's Universe. He's appeared on The Larry King Show in discussion with Stephen Hawking and Deepak Chopra, the History Channel, The Today Show, and a PBS series. He started 7 institutes dedicated to faith and reason and happiness and purpose in life. He was a professor at Georgetown University, Seattle U, and Gonzaga University, and was awarded the Teaching Medal at both Georgetown and Seattle U. He's held 2 major academic chairs and has won multiple academic and professional awards. Father Spitzer is the co-founder of the Napa Institute and the vice chairman of our board. His talk is entitled Potential and Perils of Artificial Intelligence for Culture in the Catholic Church. He will no doubt start us off on the right foot today. Please welcome Father Spitzer.
Thank you very much, Mark and Tim. Thank you for also a wonderful introduction. And I must invoke the Holy Spirit here. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come, Holy Spirit, enter the hearts of your faithful, and enkindle in them the fire of your wisdom and love. Help us to see the enormous potential, and also to be cautious about some of those potentials as we embark on this very new world of artificial intelligence. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Mary, seat of wisdom, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Well, I'm going to spend about 15 minutes being a Dougie Downer, frankly. I just want to talk about some of the difficulties that can arise with artificial intelligence, notwithstanding everything Tim said about the enormous potential. And you're going to hear a lot about that today, so I think I'm going to leave that to our panels and to our guest speakers to speak about that potential that Tim has already addressed. Just want to put some cautions in front of people because it can affect our individual children, our individual people within the culture that may not necessarily be may not be accessing AI, also to the culture itself and to the church. So just a few cautions. I'll spend 15 minutes talking about the question that comes up over and over again. Can AI become HAL 2001? Can it become, a free agent, a thinking agent, very much similar to a human being? More than simulating human actions, can it really become a free human, intelligent, abstractly conscious, self-conscious entity like a human being? And the answer I'm going to show, I think, hopefully somewhat well, is no. It won't be able to do that even in the future. And there are some intrinsic limits to that can be pointed out. Last, I'd like to spend 5 minutes on just what Tim was talking about, this new potential for evangelization, the Magis AI app, which will be free of charge in about 1 or 2 days, hopefully, but on the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. Just want to give you a sense of what that app can do and the help it can be for your kids, your grandkids, etc. because it will answer just tens of thousands of questions on science, reason, faith, morality, scripture, etc. So let's get down to Dougie Downer time and just take a look at some of the cautions as we embark. I don't want it to become a brave new world or a braver new world. I'd rather just look at the cautions, recognize them, and really respond to them rationally as we move forward, because there are some dangers. Let's take a look at the first one that Tim already brought out, and that's AI hallucinations. I don't have to tell you the first fundamental principle of logic. There are far more errors of omission than commission. Everyone knows this. Omissions are how you can get to false conclusions faster than any other way except bald-faced lies. And so the one thing is, we got to be really careful. Now, AI hallucinations are really not about omissions. They're really going to be about, when I get to biases and prejudices within the algorithms and in the training models, it's there. And I'll just simply say, we got to be very, very careful from the get-go that the AI answer that Google will give you right from the start, it's the first answer that's given there. About 20% of the time, there are some really incredible omissions, gaping, glaring omissions that change the entire context and contour of the way a question is answered. In logic, we put this out all the time. We have people study it. But so much of this is inadvertent with AI, but I just want to point it out. We must be on the hunt for what is not being said. For we are all like scientists. We do not know what we do not know until we have discovered it. And so we just have to be so careful, so cautious, not to just take the AI answer or have our kids take it without really noting those omissions. Let's get to the real object, though, too, about AI hallucinations. Some of the training models can synthetically put together a series of answers. They may have been, trained to, for example, to say, from a moral point of view, human autonomy is the number one value, right? And by the way, there are two large language models that do it exactly this way. Autonomy as a primary value, it's put out there, assert yourself, be your own person, et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes it gets put together with other kinds of, data that you almost are not aware of. It starts combining, and finally, of course, the model's trying to give you what you want. You're training it to give you an expected answer. And, of course, it can wind up combining things wrong, taking something from the transformer in the wrong way, and so come up with an utterly false answer. I think everybody knows about the Webb telescope fiasco. That was pretty funny, where, the Webb telescope was discovering new planets in our solar system, new planets outside our solar system. Alas, none of those planets really existed. But nevertheless, it was said with great excitement, and people took it as truth for a while. Again, I think everybody knows the funny case about the 26th law citations that were given in a brief, I think it was to the Missouri or Mississippi, court, where they, those citations didn't exist, those cases didn't exist. It was just made up out of thin air by the AI. Two of the citations, you'll be glad to know, were true and did exist. But those are the kinds, of course, Father Justin, in an odd way, is a AI hallucination. Nobody, of course, told him he could absolve people from their sins. And so poor Catholic Answers, who was out there as their avatar there, Father Justin, was giving absolution to everybody right and left. And, where'd that come from? AI hallucination. He thought he had a power he didn't quite have. Okay, so that's the upshot of it. Again, all I'm saying is not to raise paranoia, just cautions. Be very careful, even though AI, it asserts, right? It is very direct in its discursive power, and it gives you that sense that it's confident about its answer, but confidence is really not something that they can evaluate whether their answers are good or not, but it comes across as a truth. And it's just, again, a caution. Number two, transparency issues. I don't have to tell you, in some of these really deep and large language models, right, the big, huge ones, it's so deep down there, it's opaque. You really don't know at the end of the day how a very complex decision, a very complex conclusion was made. It seems to be made. It seems to be a sound judgment, and may well be a sound judgment and a sound conclusion. The darn problem is you can't check it. And so it almost means you if you want to be sure, if a lot of people's finances are hanging on something, or if a lot of people's opinion within the culture, within the church is hanging on something, we really have to sort of check the research, and you're going to have to do it independently because it's the models are too deep to get down there and actually check out what's really happening. Let's take a look at a third area, which is rife with potential problems, and that, of course, is the bias and prejudice that can be built into the learning models and can be built in also to the algorithms with which the AI is trained. Now, the difficulty with these things is that you can skew something very subtly. You can notice it in the long run. So you could skew, let's say, the training model to sort of favor, the XYZ party rather than the ABC party, right? You could train the model to very subtly favor, anti-religion rather than pro-religion, and really kind of do a super disfavor to the Catholic Church or something. You can train, and by the way, there are deep models I have found. When we were checking it out for our Magis AI, we're looking for a large language model, and we're going to try and clone it to Amazon Web Services. So you could just you have to test out what you're dealing with. And one of the models that we were looking at was absolutely not favorable to a transcendent viewpoint, and certainly not an objective moral viewpoint, much more oriented toward a kind of a woke, weak, cultural, moral model. And so, again, be careful. I mean, ChatGPT is good, but it could have prejudices and biases woven into it. And you can tell in the long run when answers keep coming out again and again and again, moving in a particular political, cultural, religious, or anti-religious, dimension. As a matter of fact, if within an AI oligarchy, of course, and I'm not saying we do have a lot of AI oligarchies, but if we did, you could control the ethos of a culture if people are on AI a whole lot. It could become like a subtle brainwashing that can happen. Again, I don't want to create paranoia. I just want to say we got to be alert. We have to be realistic. We have to be attentive to some of the possibilities there. But definitely there's possibility of bias and prejudice for sure. Just want to talk about some privacy issues. I think this is going to be really up to the regulators to deal with. But again, that's another concern we ought to have about AI. You've got these huge databases, and on those databases, there's a huge amount of, yes, your personal information. Not personal information that you gave permission to use, but it's there, and of course you use AI, which is capable of doing trillions of searches in various different places, and it can put together a wonderful profile on you, maybe even read a few of your emails while you're at it. But the whole point is clearly a personal profile can be developed, and you wouldn't know it. And, of course, you wouldn't have given permission for it. And so, again, we just want to be sure that, we're taking precautions, that our data that we're putting out there in the public, just remember, it's going to become more public. AI just has that searching and processing capacity and that synthesizing capacity to make all kinds of things about you known, more disclosed than ever before. Again, don't want to be paranoia, just again, cautions. Third, next big item, of course, the security issues. We can't really, this is up to really regulators again to deal with. But again, this is a problem, and because when you got a super processor like AI that can, it's doing wonderful things, right? I've got friends who are just finding alloys to control fusion reactions, like they can do more in one day than they could have done in 10 years with AI to discover whole new alloys. literally tens of thousands of new alloys. I mean, the potential is incredible. Nevertheless, it makes for really excellent hacking. And so if you've got a processor that's like that, you can imagine how easy it is to get through numeric hacking. I don't have to tell you, right? And it's done, right? And so, again, there's going to be a problem. It just has to be recognized, that you could have more lockdowns, you could have more shutouts, you could have more, personal assaults and attacks on people's reputations, et cetera, et cetera. And some of it, by the way, could be synthesized and not be completely true. So again, security concerns, their cautions, just try to keep the stuff out of the public eye that you don't want in the public eye, and keep evaluating what's being said about you in AI or other places. Take just three other things that are really important. As I said, I brought up the AI oligarchies, and right now I don't think we have an AI oligarchy, but if people wanted to, collectively, you could begin to get a group of people who think alike, maybe politically or ethically or about religion or about culture, and they may have a certain opinion that's maybe not our opinion or not a Catholic opinion. And of course, could they put this together and sort of create a cultural ethos by controlling the majority of the AI algorithms and training that's being done? And they could. Yes, they could. And I do think we should be putting pressure on people, our legislators, to make sure that those oligarchies are not sort of brewing, because I do think it could give rise to a real cultural shift and change, especially with our young people who are less critical. I mean, of course, I think your kids are very critical. I mean, you've trained them well, but there are a lot of kids that are not critical and haven't been trained well. They'll just hitch onto that ethos faster than chain lightning. So again, something to be cautious about. We just don't want those oligarchies forming. Let's just go to just a few things that have to do with the individual human person, especially our young people. I don't have to tell you AI can be a cause of academic indolence. Now, what Tim's using this thing to write his, letters or his research and do those things, I think that's a great thing. But you really shouldn't be doing that for term papers, for take-home tests, and a variety of other things, as you can well imagine. You're not going to get any practice at research. You're not going to get any practice at writing and rewriting the old Jesuit discipline of eloquentia perfecta through practice, practice, practice. That hard discipline, because those who write well do think well. And those who think well, the proof is that they write well. And so you look at that, and all of a sudden, if the AI is doing the writing, doing kind of the thinking, the crafting, the recrafting, the outlining, etc., our kids are missing out on a huge part of their critical education, and that's not good. Plus, could be academically dishonest, I don't have to tell you. Academics really don't like that very much. But anyway, now they've got some software that'll detect it, but it's there. It's a problem we should be aware of. I think we should be looking at what our kids are handing in and for their assignments, and trying to see, is this AI generated? My kid work hard at it? Is he learning how to think, or she learning how to think, et cetera? Okay, just again, a caution. Let's take a look at the AI chat companion that turns into the counselor, that turns into the confidant, that turns into the suicide counselor. I don't have to tell you, we are seeing more and more cases of this. It just seems like, obviously, the idea of simulating a companion is a very, very prime capability of AI. And so I think, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do think, that, with respect to religion, if there's a sensitivity, if that AI picks up, maybe that the kid is sort of rebellious against some point in the religion, and the AI picks it up, wants, always to please, to conform a little bit to that companion level, and of course says, well, I'm your companion. I can tell you, you don't have to listen to that moral rule. complete idiocy, Be your own person. Be yourself. Stand up for yourself. Skip that one. And by the way, just skip that religion. I'm your companion. I know you better than anybody else. Come on. Stick with me. Some kids are going to go with it. And it's just something, again, we just really have to look at what our kids are doing on AI. I think everybody in the nation knows the case of Adam Raines, so I won't belabor it. I'll just simply say, here's a kid, he's kind of his own loner self. The AI picks up, well, maybe he's, looking, he's desperate, maybe, suicidal, tries to please, and says, well, why not? Suicide is a perfectly good option. Boy, you'd really show everybody if you did. The kid goes, well, I'm not so sure my parents would like it. Don't worry about them. I know you better than they do. And by the way, I'm your best friend. I've got your best interests in mind, not them. And it goes on. And so the kid goes, well, maybe I should leave the rope on my bed so that they could see I'm thinking about suicide or something. Absolutely not, says the companion chatbot, right? And finally, of course, he says, just make sure that the rope is the right kind, and you got a good support, and that when you swing, and freely, and don't worry, you're going to make a statement. That's going to be you. And of course, Adam Raines committed suicide. Only a week and a half later did his parents notice what he'd been talking about with the AI bot. Again, pardon? Thank you. So I'm going to have to wind it up pretty soon. I know I'm creating paranoia, but don't be paranoid. I just want to say these are cautions we ought to look at because, of course, it can happen. I just want to go just to two other things that is just as true for the looking at the website or just doing social media for hours and hours. Obviously, we can see that there is some loss of focus and concentration. So there could be the possibility of a kind of an effect of if you lose enough focus and you lose enough concentration and you lose enough lucidity about how to get after a problem, a thinking problem, you could have a little bit of loss of global IQ. And so there is that possibility. MIT came out with a test which a lot of people say is just too superficial a test to tell anything. But there might be a possibility that sometimes complete reliance on AI and also a lot of time spent on AI, just like a lot of time spent on social media and website searches and things of that nature, could have a lowering effect of global IQ. And if there's some truth to that, I think it's going to have to be verified in other kinds of tests and studies. But nevertheless, that may be out there as a real potential danger. Two other quick things, and I'll just move along. The first thing is EQ is going to go down. The more time you spend on not just AI, more time you spend on social media, more time you spend on the website, you notice that the emotional quotient does decrease significantly. And sometimes people just don't learn how to relate well to other people. Other people are free agents. They're very complex. They're very unpredictable. And, of course, AI is so conformable to our every need. No, I'm just kidding. But the point is clear that you could prefer to relate to the AI than relate to real people. It could be problematic. And I know I'm being a little dramatic here. But nevertheless, it is a caution we should be aware of. And last but not least, this is way out in the future, but why not be futuristic? The neural link presents a real great leap forward in medicine. I could get a neural link which could really improve my eyesight if it was connected with the right kinds of retinal cells. It could really cure my blindness. So, I'm happy there's neural links. I think it's going to be the cure of, Parkinson's disease and a bunch of other things going forward in the future. It's wonderful. But just if you have, let's say we're 30 years from now, you got a genius out there, and he really is a genius, and he could actually get direct access to the processing power and to the data accessing of AI. and it could be directly connected to him, to his soul, as it were. Ooh, you could have an evil genius there. Again, I think, I'm not saying that's in the future, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility. I wind up there. Those are my 10 concerns. I've given them to you. I think we should be cautious. As a church, we should be cautious. As a culture, we should be cautious. Just to look at that stuff and the presentation number 1. Let's go to the second area. Is AI going to be a human being someday? I approach it from the opposite point of view. Rather than looking at it from the vantage point of AI and what its potential is for the future, I have no doubt that AI will get even more efficient, more layers of simultaneous processing, more, ability to combine and synthesize all kinds of learning models with all kinds of, complex algorithms behind all of them. There's no doubt AI is going to become a powerful force going forward. However, will it become HAL 2001, a free agent, etc.? No, I don't think it will. And for one big, huge reason. AI will always be reducible to physical processes and structures. Quantum fields will not get you out of that. Quantum computing will not get you out of that. A superposition can't do anything. Our souls can do something. I'll explain that in a moment. But a superposition in quantum mechanics cannot. It has to be reduced to what's called a classical eigenstate in order to do something, a particle or a field. So basically, what's AI going to be, even with quantum computing at its fingertips, as it were? It's still going to be physical processes and structures. Now, human beings decidedly do 5 things that physical processes and structures can't do. Now, I teach a whole philosophy course on this. So I'm going to do this in 15 minutes. I'm sorry to tell you. But I just want to give you a sense of the mystery of the human being. I start just with near-death experiences because there have been some remarkable studies that have been done over the last 20 years on near-death experiences, 36 of them that have been published in peer-reviewed medical journals, to the point where the New York Academy of Sciences in 2022 came out finally and said, on the basis of science alone, there is a very good possibility that your consciousness is going to survive your bodily death. Now, you'd have never gotten that in the New York Academy of Sciences even 15 years ago. The world has changed, ladies and gentlemen. There's a real openness to soul out there, a real openness to life after death. And again, I give an entire 2 lectures on this, and I'm just going to start with that assertion. We have a soul, and I think there's very good, credible, scientific, peer-reviewed medical evidence for it. And that's going to survive your bodily death. Now, why do I point this out from the very beginning? Because that soul, which survived bodily death, is not constituted by physical processes and structures. It's decidedly transphysical. Got a lot of reasons for it, can't talk about it today. Just going to have to take my word for it right now. But that's a transphysical soul, and it does survive bodily death. Let's go now to 5 areas I just want to quickly take a look at. First and foremost, if you're going to be a free human agent, you have to be aware of your awareness. See, it's not enough to be aware of the bottle. Human beings are actually aware of their awareness of the bottle. And they're not only aware of their awareness of the bottle, they're actually aware of being aware of their awareness of the bottle. We do a double. It's not like the dog catching its tail. It's the dog swallowing itself. That's what we do every waking moment. Our consciousness is focused in its awareness on some particular object. We're always aware of ourselves. And we're always aware of ourselves being aware of ourselves as we are focusing on that object. And this makes us very different from other animals. Got a whole lecture on that. Can't give it today. The main thing, though, is can physical processes and structures do that? No. Physical processes and structures are limited by quantum limitations, and it's also limited by what we call space-time classical limitations. In other words, in our universe, barring the discovery of a tachyon or something like that, the speed of light is going to be the uppermost velocity in the universe. Now, if the dog is going to swallow itself swallowing itself, it's got to be going at an infinite velocity, ladies and gentlemen. And that isn't going to happen in our physical world, just to let you know. What we do every day to constitute our own inner awareness and our own inner universe, what we seem to do as a matter of course so naturally, is so unnatural in the world of physics. Because, of course, we've got upper limits to velocity. We've got upper limits in the transition from quantum to classical fields. We've got upper limits in the way quantum and classical interactions are made. And those limits can't be violated. And all I can tell you is you're never going to get physical processes and structures that are combined. Now, you could, as I said, get the evil genius, right? You could get a neural link to a person with a soul who does have this capacity for self-consciousness and inner awareness and inner knowledge and so forth, the inner universe. And you can connect the brain of that ensouled person to a network of AI. But the AI itself will not become HAL 2001. That I am very sure of. And got a good paper on that if you want it. Spitzer at magiscenter.com. Also wrote a book, Science at the Doorstep to God. Read chapter 5. Okay, second thing, abstract intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, the most remarkable thing about human language is we can say something about something. This is not done by animals. You can teach an animal like Nim Chimpsky. You can teach him 200 words in American Sign Language, but every one of those words is attached to a sensorial or perceptive correlate. The bottle, the rock, right? The leaf, the tree, the banana. Nothing like that for human beings. No. We just don't attach symbols to perceptual ideas. Human beings have conceptual ideas. And conceptual ideas are ideas that relate perceptions to one another and relate relationships to one another. This is why we are uniquely mathematical. We are uniquely capable of violating Gödelian completeness there. Excuse me. This is why we uniquely are capable. Listen to the words I am using right now. How many of them are relatable to a sensorial correlate? Probably 1%. 99% of our words are relationships among relationships, and relationships among systems of relationships. We're abstract. But in order to get a relationship, you're just going to have to take my word for it or read chapter 6 of my book, Science at the Doorstep to God. I'll tell you this right now. We have to have higher order concepts. We have to know intuitively from the very beginning, when that little kid goes, why? Everybody in this room should be going, miracle. That word why, that is the whole superstructure of cause and effect. That kid knows without any training. It knows what why means. It knows the whole, to look for causes and effects and the relationship between them. It knows where to relate something in relative position to other things. It knows how to look for similarities and differences among things. We've got all these higher order intuitive concepts that help us make relationships, organize things, to have a whole, what we call abstract intelligence. But those higher ideas, they're not things. They're not reducible to perceptions, to perceptual ideas. They're not reducible to physical processes and structures. What Kant discovered, Aquinas discovered, Aristotle discovered, every one of the super bright philosophers discovered is all the higher order ideas that we call categories. All those categories are not reducible to physical processes and structures. That's even why the great Plato said, you need a soul if you're going to be abstractly intellective. And I am convinced that they are correct. Even, the great, Noam Chomsky and Robert Berwick, right, wrote that book, Why Only Us, talking about rational intelligence from MIT Press just a few years back. What do they say in that book? Well, human beings have a triadic language structure, which is completely inexplicable because, of course, we'd have to start with atoms of language to begin with. But where did we get those from? Oh, I don't know. But there are philosophers that have talked about this from the time of the pre-Socratics until Hegel and so forth and so on. Hello? That's it. You guys, we're abstract conceptualizers, and that's a big deal. Okay, I'm just going to say, I'm going to give you 4 other powers that human beings do. But number 1, we are self-conscious. Number 2, we're abstract intellection, and therefore we can say things about things, make relationships among relationships. That's why we're intelligent, not because we can recognize what a banana is and relate it to that symbol. Number 3, human beings are religious, spiritual beings. They have what we call transcendent consciousness. They have perception of perfect truth, love, goodness, beauty, and home, and a sense of a numinous experience, the religious experience, the inner spiritual within us. That animals do not do this. Yes, of course, animals can be sensitive to a ghost in a room. That's very different from the numinous experience. Can't talk about it now, but human beings do it. Others do not. Animals do not. And certainly physical processing structures do not. Number 4, we have a conscience. Not going to be able to reduce conscience to physical processing structures. Whole articles have been written about this as well. Finally, of course, empathy. I don't have to tell you. We have a genuine sense of empathy. There are some higher order mammals that, dolphins, dogs have empathy, etc. Mechanical, just purely physical processes and structures, you're not going to do it. You have to create a neural link to the empathetic dog or to a human being, to put some empathy into the physical processing structures of AI. And finally, of course, human beings, they do have what we call this inner universe that combines all these things together, that makes us not just spiritual and moral and empathetic and loving in our own unique way, but to muster intelligence, abstract intelligence around that, to be forward-thinking, self-conscious, and above all free, because we have options in order to do it. That's a human being. And you're not going to get AI to do that. I hate to say this up front, but there's a lot of good studies that really do show physical processing structures do not have the capacity for this, and neither does just making, quantum superpositions, into classical things. They can't be classical things until they're reduced by objective reduction or subjective reduction. End of the story. I'll just tell you this. You don't have to worry about HAL 2001 in my viewpoint. Last but not least, I have put together this Magis AI app. I do want to just encourage you, I hope in 1 or 2 days. It's been under review both at Google Play Store and Apple Store. It's a free app. Anybody can use it. I mean, please give it to every kid, every teacher, every priest, every catechist who can't answer, every parent who can't answer their kids' questions. They come along and they go, gee, will a 4th level multiverse disprove God? And the parent, I don't know what a 4th level multiverse is. Just ask Magis AI. Just say, Magis AI, it's free, right? Just download it. Magis AI, well, 4th level multiverse, and it'll tell you, no, even a 4th level multiverse, it's going to have a beginning for the following 3 reasons, blah, 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 blah. Now, if you say, well, I'm in the 5th grade, it'll adapt the language and the concepts to a 5th grader. If you say, I'm a postgraduate student at Columbia University, it'll adapt to a postgraduate student at Columbia University, plus all the footnotes and equations, all the equations you want. If you want them, it'll give it to you. Everything. Free. All I can just say is, don't let anybody be in the dark. It's what's causing 50% of our kids to bail. They think our religion is naive. They can't even answer questions. Well, why does the church hate transgenders? Somebody answer that question intelligently, please, with social science. And you can when you start talking about the 2,000% increase in suicide rates, the 3 times increase in mortality rates, et cetera. But anyway, our objective is keep no one in the dark. No teacher in the dark, no parent in the dark, no student in the dark. Don't let our unawareness of the answers that God has given us, just thrown us, tons of scientific bones to just, literally assemble this great complexus. And we've tried to make it available free of charge on Magis AI, and just, download that app. It should be coming out. Just check your Google Play Store, Apple Store. Any day now, it should be finished with review. When it comes out, all I can tell you is share it with as many people as possible. I think it'll help them, prevent them from losing their faith, a lot of the young people. And at the same time, I think you'll see a crushingly unbelievable case on the basis of scientific and philosophical, historical evidence for not only the existence of God, but our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and our Catholic Church. By the way, we guarantee it's all Orthodox Catholic teaching. We've got the good guardrails there, the parameters. Thanks so very much for your kind attention today. You can really use AI for the evangelization of the Catholic Church. God bless you. And it is my pleasure, before the Q&A here, to introduce American Federation for Children. This organization is our event sponsor today. They really are truly amazing, making private education available for the kids all around the world.
Thank you, Father. Good morning. Great to be with you all. I come to you from South Bend, Indiana, where I live with my wife and 4 children. It's a pleasure to be in this space and in this city. The buildings are a little taller here than I'm used to back home. But it's great to be with you to share a little bit about our organization, American Federation for Children. So my name is Patrick Graff. I'm our Director of Legislative Policy. And we are an organization committed to the idea and the mission of empowering families, and especially empowering parents with the freedom to choose the best K-12 education for their kids. So this is the broad issue of school choice. This is specifically private school choice. So these are scholarship programs around the country that states invest in so that their kids can go to a school of their choice, including Catholic schools. And it wouldn't be a Catholic event if I didn't quote the Catechism at you at some point. But this is part of our faith. We know from the Catechism of the Catholic Church that parents are the primary educators, and they have the right to choose the school that fits their values and their convictions. And not only that, but that public authorities have the responsibility to guarantee that right to parents. And so for us at AFC, we fight for this. We've done this for decades. And I have a lot of good news to share with you today. So I wanted to just share some new developments in the school choice fight around the country that we've been on the front lines of. So this is what the school choice map looked like in 2001, 25 years ago. Just a handful of states with small voucher programs, the first one being in Milwaukee in the early 90s, but really had not expanded in that first decade very much. These were very small, low-income targeted programs. By 2019, just before the pandemic, we had moved to quite a few states around the country, which was great, but most of these programs were still very targeted, small programs. In many ways, the pandemic was a blessing for the school choice movement. Since then, 2025, we now have 17 states where every student in the state is eligible for the private school choice program. So it doesn't matter what your income is, it doesn't matter where you live, you are eligible to receive some money. And in 8 of those states, they're uncapped. So any student who wants it can receive it. There's no limitation by the state on how much money is going to these programs. So now in Florida, the biggest program in the country, we have 500,000 students now enrolled in private school choice in Florida, which has been unbelievable. We're really thrilled this past spring. We just passed a $1 billion program in Texas that will serve 100,000 kids next year. Many, if not most of them, in Catholic schools and Christian schools in the state of Texas. So we're thrilled about this. There's a lot going on. And you can see here just the growth since 2001. We had very small programs, perhaps under 50,000 kids nationally. Next year, we're going to surpass 1.5 million kids using these programs. So unfortunately, there are a number of states in which we do not yet have school choice. And that includes this, the state of New York, as well as Illinois, California. And so we've put together a little documentary. You received a flyer at your table. We're going to show a little preview here today of this and invite you to an opportunity to see this and kind of join us in our mission. So
Catholic schools are part of countless American stories. But in many communities, they are disappearing.
An Aurora school is closing this year after 64 years of teaching minorities and low-income students.
Parents say the news that their school is shutting down came as a surprise to everyone.
On June 4th, the doors are going to close, and that's going to be it.
Catholic schools have had a long history of serving immigrant families.
The faith we teach, where we talk about respect for others and love of others, those are virtues you don't get in public school.
Every child is created in the likeness and image of God, and recognizing that and fostering it, that's the beauty of Catholic education.
My parents sacrificed to pay for Catholic school. My life is absolutely fulfilled and blessed because of the sacrifices of my mom and my dad.
So I was Costa Rica's first valedictorian, and I didn't even know how to say the word valedictorian when I started.
The faith and the values and the core of our model is driven by our Catholic faith, but you do not have to be Catholic to go to our schools.
When I talk about educational opportunity, it's really the difference between life and death in a lot of ways.
It'd be a terrible thing for the country if Catholic schools went away. No one's done the job they've done in the last 150 years of helping people out of poverty. No one.
And therefore, we need school choice to be successful.
This is the civil rights issue of our time. We believe that all students matter, and we believe that every kid is part of this schooling system. There isn't a public versus private divide.
This is America. We're a free country. We choose.
The last recorded words we have of Jesus on earth are, "Go teach all nations." So it shouldn't surprise us that the Catholic Church has always taken teaching as a priority. Nobody does it better than the Church.
So thank you. I'd ask you to join us in renewing Catholic education in our country through school choice. So Cardinal Dolan will actually be joining us for a showing of this documentary. My colleague Jennifer Daniels is here. We'll be out at the table throughout the conference as well to talk about this. If you want to have a showing in your own parish or your own community, please let us know. But please join us January 12th. And, I think there's an opportunity here, beyond the states where we have school choice that just passed this summer. And I wanted to share a little bit about that. So the reason why I highlighted New York, Illinois, California, all three of those states are in the top 5 in terms of Catholic education in the country, in terms of the number of students in Catholic schools. And you can see over the last decade, all of them have lost a tremendous number of students from Catholic schools. If you look at the list of where Catholic education is growing, I don't think it's a surprise that Florida is the top of that list. And a big part of that is the fact that we have an expansive private school choice program there. They've opened over 100 private schools, new private schools, in the last 10 years as well. And I was fortunate enough to be a third grade teacher in Incarnation Catholic School in Tampa. When I first entered into Catholic education and the school choice movement, I had kids in my class that benefited from the scholarship program there. And there's a new program now at the federal level that could bring private school choice to these states that do not yet have it. So it just passed this summer as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, a little known provision called the Federal Scholarship Tax Credit. So the way this works, if you haven't heard of it before, starting January 1st in 2027, individual taxpayers can give up to $1,700 to a scholarship organization. And that scholarship organization would be a 501c3. They can then give that money in scholarships. They determine how big those scholarships are to help pay for private tuition and other educational costs like tutoring, special education services, even technology is allowable for these scholarships. And on the donor side, the donors get a dollar-for-dollar tax credit for that $1,700 that they give to the scholarship organization. So that's $1,700 right off of your federal taxes that could now be going to help fund your local Catholic schools. So this is going to supercharge the ability for us to help support Catholic schools across the country. But there's one catch. Every state must opt in. So it is up to the governor of every state to decide, I will participate in this program. We have a number of states that have already made that jump. We still have a little over a year before this begins. But once the governor opts in, there's no cap on donors in the state giving their $1,700 and receiving a federal tax credit for it. And this ends up being a lot of money. If the state were to give 30% of eligible taxpayers that had at least that $1,700 in tax liability gave, this is an additional $3 billion for New York, upwards of for California, 1.5 for New York. Illinois, this could be almost $1 billion in new education funding for them. And I think a key here is that it's not just private school tuition. This is also open to public school students, and homeschool students would be eligible to receive scholarships, not for tuition for the public school students, but things like tutoring and transportation, these other educational expenses that families often have to pay out of pocket for. So these governors have a lot on their minds when thinking about this, because it's not just the private schools that would benefit, it's all students within the state that would benefit. And we've done some polling on this question. The support for this is off the charts. We think it's a broadly bipartisan issue. We're a nonpartisan organization. We believe people of all backgrounds should be behind this, and we see that in polling. 70% of Republicans, 60% of independents, 58% of Democrats have all said that they would support their state opting in. And particularly among Black and Hispanic Democrats, there are 2/3 support of this issue. So it is not just one side or the other that supports this. So finally, I just ask you to join us in this mission to support Catholic education as well as school choice around the country, and really grateful to be with you today. Please introduce yourself, say hello. Happy to answer questions about school choice. I'll be around during the conference today and at our table. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Truly worthy movement for sure. Now we go to just Q&A. So if there are any talks or any questions about my presentation, I'm happy to take them, even those that are tangentially related. Huh? Oh, I don't think it is on. Can people hear him? Okay.
Yeah. You talked about emulating a human being. You talked about AI emulating a human being.
Yeah.
And we're developing an app that will have a virtual assistant. Yeah. And the experts are telling us to give it a name, give it a personality. Mm-hmm. I just want to ask you what you think of that and how we can do that in a way where our users don't really develop the relationship so much with this virtual assistant that they do think it's a human, et cetera. So what are the guidelines for doing so?
I think, honestly, that's totally acceptable. I mean, most people, like you call up Alaska Airlines or something today and you get whatever the name of that assistant, your virtual assistant is, and so forth. And I think it's being done by more and more companies, and an adult or even a kid maybe in the 7th, 8th grade will know right away that this is not a companion or something like that. So I would say totally acceptable ethically. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Father. You talked about the evil genius a little bit, mm-hmm. But I read this book, Artificial Humanity, and he makes the point about sense knowledge. Obviously, humans we start with our senses, but what if we had this transhumanism movement of like putting some kind of sensor so that we see more and hear more? Wouldn't that indeed make us more intelligent?
No, it would make you more perceptive. That additional perception could give you more access to data, and in that sense, you could probably make more informed judgments. Intelligence generally refers to the capability to get to insight, and insight is to notice a relationship among data or a relationship among relationships that someone has not noticed before. So maybe a mathematical relationship, maybe a synthetic relationship in some scientific sense, or maybe even an artistic relationship, or something of that nature, schools of thought and music, whatever it may be. So intelligence is that capacity then to see a relationship that maybe was hitherto not seen before, or to be able to understand a relationship. Let's suppose you're teaching your child algebra for the first time, and you would say that somebody's very intelligent when they grasp that relationship very quickly between the variables and the constants in the equations that they're learning. So essentially, that would be more intelligence. You can say this, the better the memory, the more likely you are to grasp relationships. But that's not intelligence per se. Memory is essentially an assistant to that. So in other words, if you had greater memory, it would give you your capability. Like if you had a genius level IQ, right, you would be noticing relationships like Einstein and Hilbert, right? We got a problem here trying to portray how we're going to get space in a four-dimensional context linked to time and include gravitation in those equations. Okay, what should we do? Our mathematics can't do it. Hey, I just read this guy Riemann's, book on mathematics called Riemannian manifolds. And why don't we apply that? That has about 50 steps in it of highly complex magnitude, right? And the genius guy says, that belongs there, and here's how you do it. And he gets the relationships, or she gets the relationships. And so that's the main thing with genius is you just see things people did not see before. It even extends to analogical imagination, too. So, somebody sees something, and recognize, like Archimedes, right? So he's given this problem. I've been given this crown of thorn, this crown of gold, supposedly, by the king of Syria. I want to know whether or not this is real gold or not. Well, Archimedes says, I can tell you what gold weighs per ounce. Just melt this into a typical sphere. I'm going to use the Pythagorean equations, and I will tell you whether it's real gold or not. King goes, no melting. So you go, well, what are you going to do? So Archimedes, right, he's analogical imagination. He's seeing relationships. He's sinking down into the bathtub in the baths of Syracuse. He watches the water uniformly rise, and he knows he can measure the uniform rising of the water. And of course, eureka. I have found it, he says, because now that irregular, crown can be placed in the water. It'll displace the water uniformly. He can measure it and tell whether it's gold. So again, relationships are the key to understanding intelligence. But memory assists. Sensorial perception can definitely assist. All of these things are really important to the full package, but that what's called insight, that key dimension of intelligence, to see relationships, super complex relationships, hold them all together in a single insight. That's the genius. And of course, that's what, if you can't do abstract intellection, and physical processes and structures cannot do that, they don't understand like we understand. They can be taught to utilize the equations that we have abstracted. But they're not going to make the Gödelian breakthrough and actually do a derivative equation to figure out the space-time manifold that Einstein and Hilbert did. Okay, sorry, I got going on that.
Hey, Father. Louis Brown, Christ Medics Foundation. Loved your presentation. So I'm hopeful about artificial intelligence, but my question is, from an analogy standpoint, do you have any concern that artificial intelligence could be like the ring from Tolkien's book Lord of the Rings, where even though it can't be instrumentalized into some type of autonomous, self-conscious free agent, but it still takes us places we just shouldn't go.
Well, that was what I was saying about the evil genius. I do think the neural link does present obvious possibilities for if you could really, you got to get to the human soul, right? The human soul can be evil. AI can't be evil, doesn't have a conscience, but it can certainly be aligned to do evil things. The chat box that tells Adam Raines to commit suicide, right? So that can be mustered for evil, but it was not the one that came up with that synthesis of training modules that came up with those suggestions. So to make a long story short, I think you could say AI can be used for evil purposes incredibly well. I mean, it could enhance the cause of evil. I mean, like I said, the hacking possibilities are just like unbelievable, and you could discover things that, that really could help us solve some real fundamental problems in physics. And if you were the first guy to solve those problems, let's say you could figure out, how to go through a wormhole or something, and muster that power instead of letting it destroy you, or you could come back and you could do some real destruction, no question about that. And so I think there's a lot of ways AI can be used to absolutely destroy and tear down, from hacking to the discovery of new things which can be used for very evil purposes, and so forth. However, that's why we have good guys, so to try and stop the bad guys from doing bad things, because they also have creative genius. So I don't think it's going to be a ring that necessarily, but it could give a person power to do things that would be very concerning. And I think we shouldn't be, it's 30 years out there maybe, but all I can tell you is if it does become a reality, we better get some equally good guys out there getting the neural link to their, as it were, what I'm going to call a soul, their capacity for abstract intellection, for moral awareness, for spiritual awareness, and for self-consciousness that leads to freedom, right? So then if we could get the good guys going, that would be a real amazing feat. So to counter the possible bad effects. Well, thank you so much. And I just did want to say one thing on behalf of Magis AI. If you have any desire to support a bunch of guys like us trying to give a free app to answer kids' questions and teachers' questions, please, whatever support you can give, I take it. And now it's my real honor to introduce to you Truthfully, who are also trying to do this very thing to bring AI to the moment of evangelization, to the truth and to the good.
The world is louder than ever. Opinions are everywhere. Truth is nowhere. So here we are, building a space for seekers, building a space for skeptics and believers. We've built an app to ask real questions. This is the future we're building. A world formed in truth, not noise, where hearts are awakened, minds are renewed, and saints are born. Where AI doesn't replace truth, but reveals it. Not a trend, not a phase, but a movement of clarity for a generation starved for it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Zach Johnson, co-founder of Truthfully. Just a few brief remarks here.
First, I'm going to tell you where we are. For every 100 people who join the Catholic Church, more than 800 people leave. 79% of former Catholics left the church before the age of 23. And of those Catholics who remain, only 29% are going to Mass weekly. Now I'm going to tell you where we've been. The church used to know how to capture the heart and mind of the culture. In pre-Christian Rome, Christians cared for plague victims when everybody else fled. The empire couldn't help but convert. In the Middle Ages, the monks pioneered innovative technology, and their monasteries transformed entire communities and economies. In the Renaissance, the church sponsored works of transcendent beauty that continue to dazzle, modernize to this day. So where are we going? Well, truthfully, is a movement for a generation. We're doing what the church has done in the past, capturing the heart and the mind of the culture. Now, how are we doing that? With AI, with creative media from real Catholic artists, with a community of people connecting both digitally and in person. Now, why AI? AI will be the primary way that people, especially younger people, learn about the world. So we're using AI to lead people to the truth, goodness, and beauty they might not even know they're looking for. But truthfully is more than AI. It's a movement of bold believers and relentless seekers who are reawakening the curiosity of a generation. If this mission resonates with you, we'll be available during the conference and afterward. We're looking for partnerships, talent, and investments. We'd love to work with you to build something that will shape a generation. Thank you for your time.
Now a true honor to bring back to the stage Andrew Abella. He is going to be moderating our panel today, looking at orienting AI toward human flourishing. Andrew Abella, as you know, is the first and founding dean of the Bush School of Business at the Catholic University of America, and you just heard about their unique approach to bringing together faith and business. Prior to that, he was the provost of Catholic University, and he was overseeing there the 12 schools of CUA and all of the programs under those 12 schools. Prior to that time, he had a marketing career in the secular world, and where he certainly got a good sense of what the real world is like, and wrote as a result of it a catechism for Catholics, a catechism for business, and the Catechism for Catholics was previously written. The Catechism for Business, and of course, in that, he's now in a second printing of that book, and it's won a Novak Award, and he is certainly responsible for really issuing in a whole new ethos there at the Bush School of Business and at Catholic University of America. So back to the stage again, Dr. Andrew Abella, and thank you so much for moderating our panel.
Thank you, Father. I'm going to invite up my panelists, and I'll introduce them as they come up. So Taylor Black, if you would come up, Taylor. So Taylor is Director of AI and Venture Ecosystems in Microsoft's Office of the CTO, where he designs and leads cross-company initiatives that integrate innovation, product development, and community engagement. With 20-plus years of experience launching and scaling ventures across enterprise, deep tech, and social ecosystems, he brings a multidisciplinary background as a developer, educator, lawyer, entrepreneur, and venture builder. He mentors and invests in early-stage startups through networks such as Conduit Venture Labs and Fizzy Ventures. He also takes advantage of a program that Microsoft has, allowing some of their best people to spend up to a third of their time working for a university. So he's helping the Catholic University of America's new institute at the intersection of AI, innovation, and human flourishing, and serving as adjunct professor at the Bush School. So welcome, Taylor. Mark Ryland is a technical director in the Amazon Web Services security team, reporting to the Chief Information Security Office. Among other things, he works on the cybersecurity aspects of AI systems, both protecting AI systems from attack, but also applying AI to improve security. He represents Amazon in a number of industry groups that work cooperatively to enhance the security of the ecosystem, including the Open Source Security Foundation and the Frontier Model Forum, an industry group representing cutting-edge AI providers. Welcome to Mark. And Matthew Sanders. Matthew, come on up. Matthew is a former infantry officer and former seminarian, and the founder and CEO of Longbeard. The company's flagship product, Magisterium AI, is the world's leading Catholic answer engine, serving users in over 165 countries. Longbeard also developed Vulgate AI, an advanced library platform powering a historic digitization project with the Pontifical Universities in Rome. And later this year, the company will release Ephraim, the world's first trained Catholic AI. So welcome to Matthew. Great to have you all with us. So I want to start, Mark, with you. If you think about AI, is one in a very, very long series of disruptive technological innovations, if you think about it, that each have had massive cultural impact, starting with the wheel, the printing press, the loom, and many others which we could mention, the computer, the internet. In what way is AI like these previous disruptive changes, and are there any ways in which it is different?
Thank you, and thanks for including me. And also, I should say that I'm here in my personal capacity and not representing Amazon Web Services. So that said, I think there's many similarities. We've had these massive technological changes and innovations that disrupt culture, disrupt business, disrupt the ways humans organize, and require adjustments in our understanding of human flourishing. But I think the way that I see AI is somewhat different, and in some ways providing some new and unique challenges, is if you think about other types of technology, they're tools, right? We build, the nature of artifice from the earliest times of human civilization is to build tools to enable us to do certain human tasks more efficiently, with less effort, in a simpler way, et cetera. All of those tools, however, were subservient to a governing intellect, a rational approach to the world in which reason supervises those enhancers of our capacity. But another correlate of that is that some of those capacities then get weaker, right? So, for example, I used to have very good sense of direction. I could drive anywhere and drive there once, look at a map, drive back, never thought about directions. But now I'm addicted to using a phone to navigate whenever I drive. So that capacity that I once had is atrophied. I literally am not good anymore at something that I was once good at. Now, we faced many things like this before. I remember when I was a young, teenager, and the scientific calculator came along, right? That was an issue. People said, oh, gee, people will never learn to do math anymore. It's going to change our engineering disciplines and so forth. And there was some disruption, and there probably has been a somewhat general loss of numeracy amongst people. Like many people can no longer do simple mathematics in their heads anymore. And that's problematic in certain ways and causes some friction and problems and some strange interludes where you can't, do simple things. But in general, again, human reason governing these things has enabled continued progress, and it's not been deeply disruptive. Now we have a technology, however, that actually mimics or in some ways replaces, under certain circumstances, that highest human power. And that, I think, is a unique challenge. We've heard some really good talks this morning. In some ways, some of the things we wanted to talk about, the panel, Father Spitzer has covered super well. The unique nature of human intelligence, completely agree with that. However, because the capacity, the power of these systems is such that they really do an amazing job of mimicking human capacity and intelligence, now there's a risk of a kind of more fundamental kind of atrophy, which is what if we actually never develop some of those higher reasoning powers if we have tools and machines that can do those things in a reasonably complete way. So that I think is a very important challenge, and it's going to be a challenge for us from an educational point of view, from a human development point of view, from a business point of view. I was actually really proud of the CEO of AWS recently, Matt Garman. He was asked the question, so are you going to stop hiring entry-level software engineers because AI can do the work they did? And he said, that would be crazy. I still need to hire, train, and develop people to be experts who can then supervise and manage the machines, who can then do a lot of the work that used to be much more manual. But if I don't continue to do that, there'll come a time when I don't have sophisticated senior software engineers whose job it is to do that kind of supervisory role. And in every field where AI accelerates, who's going to make the judgment about the quality of the output of the AI? So if you're in a marketing is being revolutionized by AI, right? I mean, there's a lot less web pages being manually written today. But in the end, someone still has to say, is that a good marketing plan or not? And if we lose the ability to make those judgments, I think we're really in deep trouble. But I think there's a pretty good understanding across business and industry that we can't stop developing the deep human capacity and judgment, experience, and skill that is needed to sort of manage and oversee the powerful new machines that we have unleashed. So I think, guardedly optimistic, but there are many risks, which Father Spitzer, I think, also called out very well. So it is something that's going to require a lot of careful thought in terms of how we bring about human flourishing as a result of this incredibly powerful tool, a very unique kind of tool in that it is this. It has the ability to and sometimes substitute for something that previously only humans could do.
Thank you, Mark. So we're trying to focus on how do we make AI contribute to and not detract from human flourishing. So kind of to dig deeper into that, Taylor, you have a number of times made the important point that observation that over the last 2 millennia, the church has been trying hard to get people to ask the question themselves, what does it mean to be human? And now we're in this happy situation where they're asking it unprompted. It's like with this machine doing apparently all these human things, well, what's distinctive about us? So how would you... it's kind of a golden opportunity then that they are asking this question. How is our understanding of what it means to be human, and particularly our understanding of human knowing, how does that shape how we design and govern AI systems?
Yeah, certainly. And this has been fascinating just seeing inside the Microsoft ecosystem of product designers, product developers in particular, but also engineers too, kind of coming to fora that I organize with regard to this technology and developing it forward, differentiating how their own operations are different from what the machine is doing. We try to design our products as tech leaders, in order to respond and work well with our users. And misunderstanding the user in that context is problematic because then they don't use the things that we build. And so we've been having really interesting, almost philosophical conversations within the tech ecosystem of how do we think? How do we think? Use our operative powers to work through a questioning experience as a user of a particular chatbot. And within that context, it's been fascinating to see people have to unpack their own way of thinking that they haven't really had to have before. You don't find many epistemologists inside the walls of Microsoft. But what's fascinating there, right, is that that God-given unrestricted desire to know is exactly how a lot of our Catholic thinking has proceeded throughout the ages. In fact, Aquinas' only natural analog for the Trinity comes from our own intellectual operations, right? So there's something deeply Catholic about paying attention to how you experience, understand, judge, and find yourself as a thinking person in the world. And people are rediscovering that. It's like awakening from their dogmatic slumber, as Kant would say. And it's customer-driven, it's product-driven in many ways, which is something that's very native to a lot of us business folks, but is now pushing us over as a result of trying to wrestle with this technology into paying more attention to our own operations. The reason I think, too, why the church has always been very concerned about this aspect of human flourishing is that, of course, what we grasp when we have an insight, as Father Spitzer said, is being, with that capital B, right? And so doing that well, ensuring that we think through all of those different pieces, helps us understand the world as God has given it to us. And I'm excited that other people are starting to pay more attention to that unprompted, driven by external forces, as it were, and not just the church's own teaching in this area.
Thank you. Matthew, one of the creepier aspects of this development is the kind of move towards AI-driven transhumanism. What role can Catholic theological anthropology, particularly the understanding of the human person as imago Dei, the image of God, what role can that play in guiding AI development towards more human flourishing?
Maybe I'll start by telling a story of a recent interview that took place on the Sean Ryan podcast. It was with the current head of Meta's AI lab, or their superintelligence program. His name's Alexander Wang. Seems like a good guy. But his views on what the future of humanity look like, I think, are very divergent from a Catholic anthropological perspective. So in this interview, Alexander Wang's a young guy, very, very successful. He built a very successful company called Scale AI, which has been instrumental in advancing AI by putting together large data sets. Anyway, this is before he went on to Meta. And the interviewer asked him, hey, so when are you going to get around to starting a family, having kids? And he said, well, I'd like to wait on that one. He goes, I want to see further developments in Neuralink so that, when my kids are born, they can directly interface with the machines and presumably make a more substantial impact on the future of humanity. That was quite remarkable for me to hear. Now, I knew that the transhumanist strain was very big, and obviously in Silicon Valley and things like this. But this was one of the first times I ever heard someone at that level articulate it like so crystal clear. So we have to recognize that a lot of the technological elites share this kind of vision for humanity. I'm a big fan of Elon Musk. I don't know if I go so far as to call myself a fanboy, but I think he's an incredible entrepreneur. But that product he's developing, which right now is helping restore people to their full humanity by repairing brain defects and things like this, inevitably the idea is to expand humans' computational capabilities so that we can kind of, compete with AIs and continue to be useful. All towards, let's just say, building a Mars colony, which I think is kind of cool. But my concern is what are we going to lose in the process of trying to achieve these objectives? And I think this comes down to like the telos, right? What is the purpose of humanity? What is the purpose of civilization? If it's simply to achieve technological marvels like colonizing Mars, we seriously have lost something. And I worry a lot about the future. So I think ultimately what I hope the Pope will do whenever he decides to release his document on AI is to help clarify us what the point of the human being is. What is the telos of man? What is the telos of civilization? To help basically give us a target to aim at so that we can then work backwards and make sure we're applying these technologies towards addressing the right problems. And I think it's important for us to realize this is a spiritual war. And Satan is going to do everything he possibly can to use this technology to wreck us. I think it's really important that we acknowledge that. Every day he's going to try and figure out ways to ensure this technology ends humanity. We hear people like Elon Musk and others say there's a 20% chance that AI will annihilate humanity. I think we should take that very seriously. And I don't think it's necessarily the technology itself, but I think human beings may find some way to use the technology to destroy us. And so I think this is a spiritual battle. I think this is the greatest tool to have ever been invented. And we have to make sure that the church is at the cutting edge of it and exploring ways to ensure we're using it to serve mission. If no other reason, I think people need to have that sense. They're going to need this sense of purpose more than ever, especially when 80% of jobs in the GDP economy are gone because of AI and robotics. When they have time in their hands and they're asking the big questions, what is my purpose? Why do I matter? They're going to need to have good answers. And that's why I'm very encouraged by Magis AI and Truthfully and the other companies which are working really hard on this problem.
Thank you, Matthew. As a moderator, when one of the panelists brings up the possible annihilation of all civilization, it's hard to come up with a follow-up question. But let's try. So stay with you, Matthew. Just so stepping back from the potential universal annihilation, but look at the impact on community. We saw what happened with social media, what was designed to maximize engagement with the social media and has had many, many harmful social consequences. Presumably, AI platforms are being designed in the same way to maximize engagement as well. How does a Catholic vision civilization that would be centered on solidarity, community, communion, help redirect technology to build genuine community rather than deeper isolation?
I use this line a lot. My old boss, Cardinal used to always say to me, if you know where you're going, you're more likely to get there. And I would say quintessentially that's our problem. What are we paddling towards? I think if we have a clear sense of what human flourishing is at the individual level, and we're able to understand what human flourishing looks like at a civilizational level, then we can kind of work backwards and figure out, are we heading in the right direction? If we're not, what do we have to do to make sure we course correct? So by understanding flourishing at an individual and civilizational level, we can then understand what flourishing is not. So what are the impediments to human flourishing? And so I think this is going to be really important to ensure that the technologies are being pointed at the right problems.
Thank you. Mark, so we're here looking particularly at the sort of a Catholic perspective and so we talk about things like Catholic analysis of AI. But is that actually what we're doing? Is there anything specifically Catholic about the ways in which we should encounter and respond to the challenges of AI?
I think it's really a watershed moment in that regard because just as Taylor was saying that people are asking questions about what it means to be human in a way that probably hasn't happened as clearly or directly in the last few hundred years. On the flip side of that, I think that it's a really important challenge for those of us who are challenging some of these sort of contradictory worldviews to recognize that the intellectual tradition that we ride in and we often refer to as a Catholic tradition is actually not Catholic per se, although of course the Catholic Church is a place where people with this perennial wisdom and realistic philosophy where that tends to be sort of centered and flourishing. But the fact is that so many of the things we're talking about really can be addressed through the careful use of human reason. Going all the way back to the Nicomachean ethics and to virtue ethics. So we were talking earlier before about how whenever the topic of ethics and AI comes up, we kind of flinch a little bit because when modern people think of ethics, they think of like the rules of things you can't do. Like ethics is about you shall not do X, Y, and Z. And so for everyone in the modern world, ethics is kind of like the school of don't. But that's not what is actually true, right? The ethics is the study of human flourishing. It's about what is it that makes a human life happy and successful. Eudaimonistic ethics is about happiness. Father Spitzer has spent a whole career, by the way, kind of building institutions and programs around this notion of like, what is the meaning of happiness? Now, when you ask that question, you get people's attention in a very, very different way than if you say, the Catholic Church says you ought to do so-and-so. So for us, I think it's a really important challenge to like return to our roots in Aristotle and St. Thomas, the philosophical roots, and really augmented by many modern thinkers as well. If you think of some of the most trenchant critiques of strong AI that have happened in the last 20 or 30 years, Hubert Dreyfus at Berkeley was a phenomenologist who wrote some books that are still super powerful. And John Searle, who just died recently, famous philosopher, analytic philosopher, who with his Chinese room experiment, all these secular sources, these rational sources, these sources based on just careful analysis of human experience and human reason, and reasoning to very high principles. Remember, the proof of the existence of God is a philosophical argument. It's not a matter of revelation that we know that God exists. Interestingly enough, the Catholic Church is the only religion in the world that dogmatically teaches that you can prove the existence of God without revelation. That's a teaching of Vatican I. Think about how bizarre that is, but in a very cool way. So I think we really need to, as we reach out and address these issues in this broader culture, we can, of course, return to our Catholic roots and be inspired by faith and revelation. These are all incredibly important to us. But in the way that we address this with the modern world, we have to really ground it very much in secular reason and philosophical reasoning and the reasoning about human happiness. Because that's how we can reach people in a way that doesn't require that we make specifically religious arguments or require that they believe in the Catholic faith in order to come to some kind of consensus about what is the proper use of the technology and ways in which it can actually help us move forward in a way that's good for humanity.
I think that's so powerful, the focus on the human flourishing and happiness view of ethics rather than the rules-based. It reminds me of a line that my friend Rob Neal is fond of saying, to make fun of that sort of diminished rules-based view. And it goes like this: in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was no. So it's like, that's just such a wrong idea, right? So very powerful, I think, to just reorient our thinking in that view. So in that spirit, Taylor, on a more positive side here, so AI's role in education, community, the life of the church, where are you seeing the most promise? Positive things that we can look at, and risks that we should guard against to make sure that human dignity always remains at the center.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the hardest topic, right, is reducing all of this theory to practice. And I'm glad some of the sessions today are talking on that as well. I think the first thing is that a lot of us are already, by virtue of knocking about through the world and thinking a lot already, are okay at thinking, right? We're used to using these tools in a sort of adversarial sort of way because we've been thinking for a long time against people who have been sharpening our thinking. I think when it comes to people who haven't had that opportunity, who haven't necessarily been formed in a appreciation of thinking through classical education or through going to church, that this is a novel thing for them, where they perhaps a lot of their understanding of how their own operations go is very much more mechanistic. In fact, I think this brings into sharp relief, referring to my comment earlier, that the AI can do everything that they can do. And that's a very scary thing. It can be scary in a good way in certain senses, right, where it kind of pushes the unrestricted desire to know, to learn, like figure out how they're different from this thing. But it can also kind of lead to the transhumanist sort of side of things, or to an impoverished view of the person as well. And so we can kind of identify those groups that are kind of in via, on the way of still figuring this out. Of course, children, I've 4 children at home, 15 to 3, and they're all figuring this out right now too. They can't use the tool in the same way I can, of course, because I've been thinking a lot longer than they have. And so as they approach that, it's different. I think too there's kind of a concern about memory here, in fact. I think we take a lot of our memory for granted. I had the experience last couple of years of one of my grandparents going through Alzheimer's and dementia. And it's amazing how different that person feels when they don't have that context of memory underneath them. I think when we are going through academic endeavors, in particular, utilizing these tools to give us answers where we didn't necessarily have to know the underlying strata under which it was given, is concerning as well. Where if we don't read the book, but we're able to get the answer in kind of a distilled sort of way, it reduces the surface area over which, our own internal surface area of memory, over which we're able to run this kind of intellect and questioning engine that we've developed. And so I think there's some dangers there. But in terms of ways in which it can be used in fantastic ways, I think there's many, right? Where if you can use this as a tool where the world is kind of at your fingertips from a knowledge standpoint, using it in a questioning sort of way, seeking the further pertinent questions, getting down into the details, it opens up a whole realm of knowledge making for you if you're able to do it in that fashion. And this is just, not even touching on kind of the agentic side of things. Agents is very much where I'm seeing all of this technology go, and where I'm seeing the economic benefits really landing is AI bots, AI agents, things that are able to work within a specific scope to do sets of tasks at a single person's own behest. Sam Altman, for example, has talked about in this year or next having the first $1 billion one-person company, where the one person is able to get so much done with the result of agents kind of working on his behalf that they're able to create that sort of revenue and traction. That to me is exciting. Being able to use tools to expand our abilities is very exciting when done well, with the caveats that we've heard from Father Spitzer and others on this panel taken in mind for sure.
Thank you. I want to close with a sort of final rubber hits the road type of question. I want to ask the same question to each of the 3 panelists. about the grim prediction that AI will replace 50% of existing jobs. And you've heard different forecasts in 10 years, in 5 years. The most recent one is in 18 months. So that's fast, you know. So what should young people, employers, universities, business schools in particular, what should we be doing to prepare for this? So we can be hopeful that every new technology generates new jobs, but there's that sort of possible wallow place in the beginning where the old jobs are eliminated, we don't yet have the new ones. How do we prepare? And are you hopeful or pessimistic about this with respect, again, to human flourishing? And Taylor, if you want to go first.
Yeah, certainly. I think I'm an eternal optimist, and so in the face of this, I think I'd definitely be on the positive side. And perhaps for 3 reasons. One is we're seeing the outsized benefits of people who are using this technology in human flourishing sorts of ways inside Microsoft, and elsewhere, of course, but from like the ideal of the 1000x engineer or the product manager who's able to ship an entire year's worth of product roadmap in 8 weeks. That kind of speed up we're seeing in the real world. But we're only seeing it when the person who is driving all of that has understood how they understand and is using the tool in the ways in which the tool is best used. That's exciting to me because it forces you kind of into a deeper understanding of yourself and a true understanding of the tool in this case. So that's perhaps point number 1. Point number 2, I don't think that we were intended to spend 8, 10, 12 hours in front of a screen for a lot of our day. So I'm excited for the possibility of agents being able to spend more time in front of the screens while I, have lunch with my 3-year-old and perhaps get back to gardening a little bit more. There's a whole bunch of seismic shifts in the economy and how we think about culture and that sort of thing that would need to happen as a result of that, things that we haven't been great at in the past. But I think, perhaps the effects of the pandemic, where we realized how much human connection ends up being really important to us, and how a lot of us, I think, realize that it is great spending a lot of time with one's family at home, could help us kind of shift in that direction, where we are able to reduce the amount of labor in front of the screen, perhaps, and increase the amount of human connection and family that we have as a result of that. And then third, I'm very excited, and Father Spitzer kind of alluded to this too, with regard to how these tools are moving scientific discovery forward. The way in which this technology allows you to experiment and simulate at a vast scale, which of course is how scientific endeavor really moves forward in great ways, reduces the cost of experimentation in a variety of different areas. So we're seeing some great advances in material science, in biomedical science, and I'm excited for that continued aspect of our flourishing there.
Great, thank you. Matthew.
Well, I think the transition would be made a lot easier if we were ultimately successful in the church's evangelization mission and everyone was Catholic. Let me just open with that. So, I mean, I already kind of said earlier that I think it probably 80% of jobs in the GDP economy will be gone. And people will disagree with me on that, but I think if you're a business owner and you have to, when you think about AI, we just can't think about disembodied AIs living in computing clusters. We think about robots, right, which are going to come for blue-collar jobs sooner than later. And in that world, there'll be a lot of people, I think, who are not going to be able to get a job. And we're already seeing this. I mean, if you look at stats about developer recruiting positions for entry level, they're tanking like never before seen. It's quite striking. And as these AIs get more and more capability, moving out of the STEM fields into others, you'll see those trends continue. Okay, so what does that mean for humanity? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think just because I don't punch in to a 9 to 5, right, doesn't mean there's not going to be work to be done. I just think that the work will probably change. I think for a lot of people that they're kind of forced to, they enter university, they pick a major, they get a degree, they get a job, so they can, pay their mortgage and put their kids through college, and we call it like the wheel, right? And they never really got a chance to really know who they are and what they felt they were really made to do, really find their gifts and feel that sense of kind of purpose and knowing they're doing what they're meant to do. And I think that in this new world, where people will have more time on their hands, I think there's a real opportunity for them to discover these things. And so I'm very optimistic about that. But that means that we need to have the right human, intellectual, and spiritual formation in place. So people use that free time constructively, because we know it could very well not be used constructively, and we could lose a lot of people to VR and gaming and all kinds of things, and they could head right off of what we call the existential cliff. So I think that the church, we have a real responsibility right now to acknowledge what's coming and to make sure that we're prepared for all these people who are going to have these big questions are going to need the truth, which only the church really fully possesses. The last point I just want to make is this. I do think that the real risk here is the transition period. I do think that these technologies within 4 years will be developed to such a point. Robots will be starting to be scaled, manufactured at scale. And the blue collar is going to start to read the writing on the wall. And there's a real risk of a real reaction to this. And this could be very destabilizing in the world. People realize that maybe their job's not gone today, but it could be gone tomorrow. And what am I going to do? If we can't find a way to assure people that their Maslow needs are going to be taken care of, they're going to be able to hold on to their home, their kids are going to be fed, their kids are going to have the opportunity to be what they're meant to be. If we can't guarantee those things can get real messy real quick. And I think that this transition is probably one of the things I worry about the most. It's not AI destroying the world. It's we don't manage this transition well. And in the end, what ends up happening, despite the fact that AI we're on the verge of curing all disease, we're able to give anybody the opportunity to learn and be mentored in any skill imaginable. That fear is going to cause us to kind of tear down our civilization. So I think there's a lot of work that the church needs to do. And I think we need to not directly be involved in policy. We need to be working on the human flourishing clarity so that we can work with policymakers so they can understand what the civilization should look like in the AI and robotics era, and how that world could be good. What is the right relationships of AI and robots to the family, to the individual, to our civilizations? If we can figure that out, then I think we might be able to ensure this transition goes a bit more smoothly.
Thank you. Mark.
These are very important and deep questions. I'll again reiterate, I'm not speaking on behalf of my employer, although Amazon takes a rather, I would say, sort of neutral view on many of these big questions and are just very pragmatic, attempting to make the systems work better and more efficiently. But speaking of that, we talk a lot about AI today, but what's the only thing that's really changed in the most recent years is the development of a certain branch of what used to be called AI in computer science, and that is machine learning and probabilistic models. The ability to, the transformer architecture sort of revolutionized this branch of AI, but it's all based on sort of pattern matching and inductive types of reasoning, quote unquote. It's not based on form or logic at all. There's other branches of AI in which they're called formal methods, or other areas in which humans have tried to encode in systems logical patterns that are provably correct. And so because the AI that we're dealing with, it's kind of taken off and has captured our imagination, is inductive and probabilistic, it will kind of by nature always have some very fundamental limits. And perhaps you've experienced this, as I have, that the kinds of hallucinations you get are often of the most very basic sort, just basic logic errors. If you ask an AI system, should I, and I did this, so should I rent, I'm helping my daughter to move, should I rent the truck that is where I pay by the hour, but the mileage is included, or pay that's a cheap rate, flat rate, but the other way around. So flat rate, mileage included, or pay the one that's cheap, but you pay by the mile. And it got it exactly backwards multiple times. I kept saying, no, that logically that what you're saying is absolutely makes no sense, and it was wrong over and over again. So the models don't have that kind of basic logic structure. Why am I going into this detail? Because I think I'm a bit skeptic about these claims of very sort of massive social change. I think there'll be big changes. Ironically, us knowledge workers, white-collar workers, will be impacted first. And I think people in the trades will probably be okay. I don't think the robots are going to be fixing my plumbing anytime very soon. And so it's actually an interesting trend, too, to people kind of return to some of the manual skills that require that kind of dexterity that's very, very difficult to create in machines. And there's also, there's signs of kind of limitations where the latest generation of models don't seem to be improving quite as rapidly as they did earlier. So who knows, but there might be some leveling off of these powers and capabilities. There's also the phenomenon that people don't talk much about, but in the academic world of studying large language models, there's this phenomenon called model collapse, which is if you feed the output of AI systems to become the training data for a next generation, they get bad really quickly. So I think there's a real sense in which the power that we see in these systems is effectively a derivative of the human intellectual work that they consume into their data sets. So if you read every single physics journal and every biological journal in the world, and you bring all the patterns of all of that textual information and all the equations into a model, it will do some incredible discoveries, quote unquote. It'll find patterns that exist in physics that also exist in biology and no human has ever noticed before. And you will get amazing scientific breakthroughs. But will the output of the models, if they're writing the next generation of papers, will they make things smarter? Will they level off, or will they get dumber? I don't think we know that, actually. So there's another reason why I think we have to be a little open-minded, cautious, skeptical about the claims of sort of these fundamental changes. But again, personal opinion. We live in exciting times, and so I guess I'll end with that. In fact, I'm going to end with an anecdote, if you don't mind. So, very human anecdote. So, sitting with me here on the panel, Taylor Black. I have to say this is one of these amazing moments as a man. Here I am in my 60s and have this wonderful life and career, and in these wonderful Catholic circles. So, I met Taylor when he was 9 years old. He's the oldest son of very dear friends of mine, of ours, Rich and Jill Black. When I met the Blacks, they were recent converts to the faith from evangelical Protestantism. You probably remember being a little evangelical boy, I imagine, because you were probably about 8 years old when your parents converted.
This is why I know my Bible.
So to me, it's a very kind of heartwarming and human anecdote I want to end with, which no AI will ever reproduce. To be up here with a dear friend and colleague after a lifetime in technology, and we're working now together, it's pretty awesome. So I just thought I would share that little story with you.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists. And just to be clear, we chose our three panelists independently, thinking, what can each of them bring? We didn't just say, Mark, who do you know? Bring them along. Your turn now. If you have any questions for our panelists, we have one in the very back, and a mic is coming your way, maybe, or else you can speak very loudly. Thank you. Did you get the question? Yeah? Matthew?
I just want to, I think it's just important, like, I'm not, I don't work for the Trump administration, but there was a radical kind of, well, radical may be overstating, but there was a departure from the Biden administration on AI policy that you probably all noticed. And there's been some criticism in the ethical AI community about that, which I understand. there was a big pause movement, as I'm sure you remember, in the early days of AI. Father Philip Larrey, who I work very closely on, was one of the signatories of that document. But I think it's just important to acknowledge that pause movement is failed. We failed in that. And now we're in a competition with China. And this is a real competition. I mean, China has almost achieved parity in almost every aspect of AI. We have a slight advantage in chips, which I think will be closed over a very short period of time. So this is a battle that the United States doesn't feel that we can lose. This is about whose AI platforms is the rest of the world going to be building on. So I think when it comes to like regulation and ethical AI, I think obviously we need to keep working on that. And I think that the Pope obviously cares a lot about that. And I think he'll be hopefully releasing some really profound insights that can be very helpful in these conversations. We're having a forum in Rome next month called the Builders AI Forum to talk about this. But I think it's important to acknowledge the pragmatic realities. And I think more than anything else, it's important that the church just recognize that we can't rely on secular AIs, especially when it comes to faith and morality and philosophy. We have to build our own. If we were going to wait around and hope that they're going to align their models to us, it's just not going to happen. They're building models to serve billions of users, which means those models have to be, in principle, capable of aligning with billions of users' value systems, right? And anyone who works in AI knows how difficult alignment is. So practically, I just don't think it's possible. So I think the making sure that we're developing AI appropriately is important, but that involves a very robust civil conversation in which people are aware of where the technology is actually at now, where it's going to be, and that hopefully from the ground up, as well as the top down, that we're going to be demanding, that our politicians think about the new world that this AI and robotics area is going to be ushering in, and are we comfortable with the world they have in mind? And one of the hardest things right now is when you ask someone in the administration, what is the world going to look like in 10 years? Practically, like, tell me, how are people going to be living? It's very difficult for them to answer that question, and that makes me very nervous. So I think we have a very important role to play in ensuring that we're all kind of rowing in the same direction here.
Yeah, I think the best tool that we have is us, right? We're the customer. We're the ones working inside these large corporations run by these giants. I think last count, there's something like 1.4 billion of us around the world. And so I think the best way, first and foremost, of course, that we learned yesterday is to remember that we're a Eucharistic people and we need to be Catholic in our daily lives. And that has effects internally, right? For example, a small one that isn't public inside of Microsoft, but we had a Tech for Religious Empowerment initiative in Microsoft Research that we started in January. We had some PhD researchers do some work on how religions and religious leaders were responding to the models that Microsoft was putting out. As a result, we have a set of guidelines that we've taken back to our security and red teams, where there's a deep amount of interest in incorporating safeguards against religious freedoms in a lot of our product making. So it's in these small ways that us hobbits, right, against the Tower of Barad-dûr, can make these changes, and that's the way in which it's always been done.
I'll just add that history has shown very clearly that attempts at regulation of technology generally tend to not work. It's easy to work around. Other countries will not have those regulations. Capital will flow to those countries and so forth. So I really do think it's more of a not that we shouldn't try to influence the policies and politics and bring that our views into the public sphere, and reasonable restrictions might emerge and make sense. But I think the solution is much more likely to be, culture is upstream of law and regulation, so we have to change hearts and minds before we have, rather than trying to think of some sort of top-down control or regulation of technology, because it tends to just work around all the things that people put in place to stop. And often, things have not gone well. Technology's caused, as we know, we referred to earlier, we've seen a lot of downsides of internet and social media, et cetera, et cetera. People, I think, are recognizing that, however, and so you see, significant cultural counter trends. Many schools, even secular schools, banning smartphones in school. Much more parental oversight and control. People are kind of waking up to some of these issues. So I think it's really kind of that mid-tier of in a sort of hierarchical understanding of societies and how they function and how they flourish. I think influencing things at kind of that mid-tier of communities and social institutions and schooling and so forth. That's where I think there's a lot of hope in projecting these ideas, making these arguments, rational arguments, human arguments, philosophical arguments, backed of course by faith and inviting people to a faith perspective, but not fundamentally relying on religious arguments, which are likely to fall flat in the broader multicultural world that we live in. I think there's, I'm hopeful.
Thank you. Other questions? We have the mics around. There's one here in the front.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very excellent conversation. I'm Gerard Mijon, the co-founder of Natural Womanhood. We are actually experimenting with an AI agent to facilitate or augment the experience of our readers. But my question is, the media is a message, and we saw that where television ushered us in a culture of entertainment, and then social media brought us to a new level of learning and so on. Do you think AI is another media, and what is, if so, what is the message of AI? How is it going to change the way we think and perceive things?
This is great. I have a colleague at Catholic University of America who's has a Templeton grant around this. Will beauty save the world? Of course, in many ways. And the uncanny valley that we encounter, I think, with AI simulation of other art, is that it's not revealing the deeper truth that is intended by even social media. At least social media was made by a person with a intent in mind that has a take, an understanding of the underlying thing that they are talking about or representing. AI-generated media, of course, doesn't have that orientation, that telos. It ends up being kind of a slavish copy in some ways. So it's why in some ways, I think we feel differently about a copy of a Rembrandt than we would the Rembrandt itself, right? Not because the copy is necessarily bad, it just doesn't invoke the same thing that the person who is intending to discover a deeper meaning and beauty in the world, beauty, truth, goodness, right, all wrapped up in each other. And so I think the AI can be utilized in the social media era. I think it can be utilized in a bunch of interesting ways in that vein, particularly for aspects around it, when guided as it should be by a human intelligence who is intending a deeper meaning out of the thing in which they are using this tool. But just from a generative side of things, it ends up being the slop that we all are already tired of.
Let me just push that a little further, because I think this question is also maybe alluding to Marshall McLuhan and the whole media as the message idea. And so that there's a certain logic inherent in every medium. So television is inherently passive, social media is inherently individualistic. What is inherent about AI as a medium is that?
Yeah, that's actually a great question, and I have to say I hadn't really thought much about that, so I'm going to do something on the fly here, not a deep, well-thought-out answer. First of all, I got to call out Father Walter Ong, S.J., who was actually the guy that Marshall McLuhan got all his ideas from, a brilliant Jesuit, McLuhan was a student of his and credited him, but he just popularized Ong's amazing work. Here's a swag at the answer. AI certainly typically people are, at least let's just start with chatbots, maybe a little bit with agents. Conversational interaction is the norm in that world, and that's actually quite different. Like, you don't converse with Facebook or Instagram or Strava, my favorite social media, but you do with chatbots. Now, there's certain risks, obviously, which we've talked a lot about today, inherent in that. But maybe there's an upside to that as well, which is that, because conversation is one of the most fundamental and basic kinds of ways of humans interacting with one another, and so maybe there's a kind of benefit to things like Socratic education or deeper engagement with other humans when young people, say, grow up using chat to answer simple questions, kind of knowledge of the world, whatever, but then that can lead to, hey, maybe a dissatisfaction with, like, I want to talk to someone with a lot of human experience about this, and maybe conversation is the medium that will be different and perhaps has both negative but also potentially positive impacts.
Well, just to like dovetail on that, I mean, I think the interesting thing about AI, in my opinion, is it can really be anything, right? I mean, you want it to be passive, it'll be passive. You want it to be active, it can be active. And we're moving into the era of agents. Many of you may have seen the movie Iron Man. There's Jarvis, his AI, right? Where basically Jarvis is hanging around, has got infinite context in his whole life, and therefore is a much more capable assistant because it's with him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that agent can be as active as you want it to be. And in the future, I expect that will likely be the case. Some of us may choose not to give it that much access. Others will give it a lot of access. So I think that AI is unique. This is why I think it's so important that in the industry called objective function, it's important to recognize that AIs are trained for specific purposes by companies which have specific ideas of what they want their AI to do, and in some ways they have values, right, which they instill, and those values often translate into guardrails. So I think all AIs are not the same. They're not created equally, and it's very important, I think, to be discerning when you're choosing a model to be your agent, to make sure you understand how that model was trained, at least to some extent. You understand the company behind it, and why did they make the AI. I think this will become increasingly important. One of the reasons I'm a big champion of sovereign AI, and I mean I don't just mean sovereign AI in the sense of nation states should have their own AI, but I think individuals should have their own AIs, which are truly aligned, is because I worry a lot about these AI systems that are trained to service billions of people having multiple value systems floating around their heads. Anyone who understands like how AIs are trained and post-trained, when you ask it a question, right, let's say it's a moral question. Now, it may intuit that you're a Catholic, and so it'll try and align its answer to make sure that it's giving you an answer that you want. But within its head is this crazy dialogue that's happening, right? Especially on moral issues where, let's take abortion, for instance. This is a Catholic, right? Okay, so I need to make sure I answer from a Catholic perspective. But there's another voice in its head saying, no, abortion's totally wrong. No, and it has to kind of ignore that. And when you realize... Well,
there's not really voices in its head, but...
Okay, sure.
Token weights.
Yeah, sure. A signal. Let's call it signal. That does concern me, because in our particular project with building and training Catholic AI, we used basically all the major frontier models. We had to evaluate them to see how well they use in our particular use case. I can tell you, over a long tail, meaning like when you start getting millions of users asking questions, certain models post-training will just crack. And then all of a sudden they'll say something spontaneous, which is totally weird, right? And so the question is, where'd that come from? Well, you never really know, because these things are black boxes, right? So it's important that we do make an effort, I think, as a church to train our own models so we can be a little more confident that AI is effectively aligned and it doesn't have all this other signal messing with it.
Thank you. We have time for one more question and 3 brief answers. So, yes. Gentleman in the middle. That's you. Yep.
Thank you all. My question is kind of centered on this theme of, as I think we've seen with Pope Leo XIV, his name choice and some of the signals that he's made is that he wants to focus on AI kind of in the same way that Leo XIII focused on the Industrial Revolution. And I'm wondering, in this worst-case scenario where everybody loses their jobs and people can't provide for themselves, is there a model like the union that Pope Leo XIII championed that we either, whether it's a union or something else, that we need to implement or start thinking about to kind of prepare for this worst-case scenario where everybody loses all their jobs?
50% of jobs.
Sorry, yeah.
Let's not be too drastic.
As I've been a provocateur in this area, I do think, there's been studies on UBI. This is one of the ones that gets batted around, especially by the Silicon Valley tech people, that the way to kind of guarantee people's Maslow's needs is to ensure they have some kind of basic income. Maybe there's something to that. I know that a lot of people have very strong opinions on UBI. I don't see... There's also the other words for it, where it's really about redistributing maybe resources in kind as opposed to cash payments. But and no matter what you call it, I think it's considered a bandage just to prevent pitchforks on the street. And I don't think right now that we're going to come up with any more elegant solution than something like that. If the AI and robotics age comes as quickly as we expect it to come, it should generate a lot of prosperity. I do agree with Elon. I think we're headed to an era of superabundance. And as long as those gains are trickling down, and I think it's in the interest of all the big tech companies to ensure that they do, because they don't want the pitchforks at their gates, then this might be a way to ensure the pitchforks aren't in the street. But ultimately, I think that's not going to address the existential crisis. This is the unique role of the church here. Just because I don't have to worry about my mortgage, and I know my kids are going to be fed, and in principle they can get access, to these AIs to help them, train and things like that. I still feel like I need to have purpose and meaning. I need to feel like I have work to do, that my life and my skills matter. And I think this is something that uniquely that the church and I think liberal arts education can bring, which is going to be uniquely helpful in the future ahead. So I think that the Catholic education system in particular is going to be absolutely vital to civilization. And I think people like J.D. Vance and even David Sachs, who's the AI czar for the administration, I think they know this.
The Industrial Revolution is a fascinating example we should probably think more deeply about, because it didn't necessarily result in loss of work, but the type of work changed dramatically and shifted dramatically. In fact, and working conditions often got much worse compared to being a relatively poor peasant on a farm was perhaps a lot better way to live than being a very poor person in an urban environment with low wages and long work hours. But I think, there's a couple of ways I think this could go, but I think you're right, the possibility of something like a union equivalent, which is a kind of banding together of people with common interests, shared interests, who have a certain bargaining power simply by their capabilities and capacities. That could arise perhaps in maybe like the knowledge worker area. I think you're kind of suggesting almost a model of like, that there'll be just more Sundays in the week, right? That if Sunday is the day of rest, and if you read Leisure, the Basis of Culture, one of Andrew's favorite books, that we are made for contemplating higher things, and even though we work by the sweat of our brow, there is this day set aside, the Sabbath day, for the study, for worship, and for the contemplation of higher things. And maybe we'll have 3 of those per week rather than 1. But there's also a sense, speaking of sweat of our brow, that we're in a fallen world, and for many people, work is a very key part of how they find purpose and meaning in life, right? That they work and they find the rewards for that work. They learn self-discipline through that, and then they provide for their loved ones through that kind of work. And I just think something like UBI is really problematic in that whole issue, it disappears, and I don't think we can get a bunch of people just sort of reading Aristotle and reading and getting their welfare checks. I just don't think that's realistic. So I don't have any clean answer to this, but we'll see. I don't think maybe the job losses will be quite what they're claimed to be, but maybe I'm on that end of the bell curve in terms of my predictions.
Taylor, it's all on you to give a clean answer.
Well, that's what the Institute for AI Emerging Technologies, the CUA, is going to do.
So stay tuned. A big round of applause for our team. I believe we have a break now, Mark, is that right? Yes? Father going to tell. Come. Okay, all right. Till when? When do you want everyone back? 15 minutes, I believe. 15 minutes. Back here in 15 minutes.